Good morning, everyone. Just trying to get my settings correct real quick. Just give me a minute. Hopefully, our Monday's as successful as it was Friday evening. We had a pretty good Friday. It's probably one of the better trading days we've had. All right, so we're pretty much going to have the same levels on our ES. Nothing has really changed because we are still trading in that zone between 19 and 60. We have dipped above it or, moved above it and below it, but it still comes back to those zones between 19 and 60. As long as those zones stay in effect, we will continue trading those pretty much in an up and down pattern. Per Adam Manzini, usually, good morning, Beyond. Usually, July 1st is usually a very bullish day in the past, but with trading, there's usually no guarantees. But I'm going to take Adam's advice and hopefully we get a big push up today. How are you doing today, Beyond? Did you have a good weekend? I'm not sure if you live here in the States or not. Are you doing anything for the 4th of July holiday weekend? All right, so let's pull up and see if we have any news this morning. I haven't even really had time to even look at that. I like to look at the news, but most of the time I don't usually. Okay, you're in Houston. Okay, so I'm only about 12 hours from you. I'm in Northwest Arkansas, so just above you. We're going to hopefully pray that you guys don't get hit by that huge hurricane that's forming uh, in South America right now or down in the Caribbeans. Hopefully that thing misses y'all. That thing looks massive. I don't know if they've already got you guys looking at that or not or preparing for that. It looks pretty scary. Yeah, we hope you guys don't get hit. I know Houston's kind of like New Orleans where it's kind of in a bowl, man. It seems like you guys get flooded and it's crazy the amount of flood waters that you guys get down there. Good morning, trader. We've finally almost 100% got recovered from a tornado that hit us at the end of May. So my daughter finally got to move back into her house this weekend. But it took about a month to get, between waiting on insurance and, hiring contractors and stuff to fix everything. There's still a few little cosmetic stuff left, so hopefully we'll just get those fixed here and there over the next month or so. But beyond, I know hurricanes, that's like a whole new level of scariness. But at least they give you somewhat time to prepare. I mean, I guess that's the only things I've always thought the big difference between hurricanes and tornadoes. Tornadoes are very, now, where at least hurricanes, they at least give you a little time to prepare if you have the ability to leave town. All right, so it looks like we do have some three-star news this morning. We got the S&P Global US Manufacturer PMI. And it looks like it's going to be one of those mornings where we get kind of like a I'm usually not a big fan of these type news because I feel like it kind of makes me feel sidelined all the way until this is over. Because I'm not usually a big fan of trading the news unless I plan on trading the news. And the only time I really ever trade news, unless, I feel like YOLO and a 90% off account. But if it's something I'm trading, I usually won't just trade the news with it. So, all right. So these are going to be our levels for the ES this morning. Like I was saying previously, trader. We're still just going to be basing above the 19. As long as 19 still holds, we're still going to be pretty much looking for good longs. Even though we did have that good sell-off Friday, that 100-point sell-off. So that was a nice trade. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to hold the whole trade. I just took like 2 or 3 individual trades. You're looking for a short trading day for yourself? Okay. Is it hard shopping for a house in the UK that's like as far as affordability goes? That's the only thing that sucks. Yeah, it's damn expensive. That's the only thing that sucks about this area where I live. Like, if I ever sold my house, there's no way in heck I'm moving back to this area because I couldn't afford to. I mean, it's just one of these areas that me and my wife had bought in probably way back in my 20s. It's like our first house we ever bought. So it's not a big house, but we just stayed in it just because this is where we lived since our 20s. So, you just kind of get stuck in that routine, you know. Now they're making most of the houses here. I mean, you're probably in the higher end of the 6 figures up into the 7 figures. And it's probably about to start getting worse because, I live in Northwest Arkansas where the Walmart home office is at. So, Walmart, I don't know how much any of you guys follow Walmart, but Walmart is building a city here. They just bought out like 400 acres pretty much in downtown Bentonville, and they're building like a $30 billion city. Pretty much. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh yeah. Hopefully one day, we'll be waiting on that 7 figure paycheck from the somebody within the Walmart community. So yeah, if you ever get a chance, you just want to look up something interesting, just look up Walmart campus. You have the big guns for the trading. He's whipping out the 250Ks the day trader. I honestly, Patrick, man, I'd never go into the morning with a bias of what we're going to trade. I just kind of go from level to level because it seems like whenever I get stuck on a bias, I'll be looking for like shorts or I'm continuous looking for longs. But we're going to take Adam's advice today, and he's saying up, up, up to the moon. But we'll just have to wait and see. Patrick, I don't know if you follow Adam Manzini's numbers, but he says that this day is notorious for a huge bullish move up. But I do feel like we could pull back to the 19. He says look for the dip back to the 19, and hopefully, that's we might get an explosion off there. But if we go back to the left a little bit, we kind of already had that this morning. We almost dipped back down to the 19 and went back up almost 20 points. And 20 points on the ES, that's a lot for the London. and as and as far as my I feel like this 1900 is kind of going to be our support for the downsize. This is a 1 hour fair value gap, only 1 hour. And it goes all, I think it's last week. Let me switch over. Well, no, it's not. Is it on my hour chart? Let me check real quick. Okay. Oh, well, maybe we hit that. Maybe this is just support for the 1 hour. Okay. So this is the 4 hour here, this big one. It's back over this way. I would have to switch over to the 240 minutes. So we have a gap all the way back from the first of the month that I have been using for support. And I want to say we haven't hit that since what, June 24th, 3rd. So this gap got hit. I want to say this is the gap that got filled Friday from that huge move down. But I think as long as the 1900s sell up, we should be looking for longs. So this is the area that I'll be looking to see if we stay in support. Where was that at? The 25th. Okay. So this is kind of where we did dip in. This was that move from Friday, if I wasn't mistaken. What was the date Friday? I would have to look. I think as long as our 1900 to 50 holds up, I'm going to be bearish. Then anything below this 850, you're definitely looking at going into the 7 and 600s on this 4 hour chart. It'd be kind of like the same move if you go back down over here where we had the strong push down. We're at an so do you live in where do you live at in Georgia, Patrick? Yeah, I know. I almost want to get another cup of coffee before the market starts. I've been trying to drink nothing but black coffee today. We're trying to get off the half and halves and the creamer and stuff. Oh, Atlanta. Okay. Woo, I don't know if I can handle living in Atlanta, man. I have like nightmares every time I have to drive through that place. Traffic's so brutal there. I've been to Atlanta twice this year, and it seems like never fun to drive through. Me and my wife was there back in February for the Atlanta Comic Con. We usually go to the Atlanta Comic Con. Okay, kind of like in the outskirts of the suburbs. Okay. Then the next place we went to is we were over in a Peachtree for this other convention they had back in Memorial Day weekend. It's a lot nicer over there. I like it over there. It's a pretty nice area. Did you grow up in Atlanta, Patrick? Or Georgia, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Same here. I grew up in Athens. I lived in Athens probably until like early 2000s. Dunwoody. Okay. Yeah, I think I left Georgia in my 20s. Then I've been living here where I live in Northwest Arkansas since then, but originally from Athens. So I'll pull these levels back over. I'm not sure how many of you guys trade the ES. Most of the time, I take my trades based off on what the ES is doing because most of the time the NASDAQ is following the ES. Usually the ES has a little bit more pull. Then I've tried using the dollar here and there, but I haven't really done it consistently. So what we do is we kind of like take these levels. These are from Adam Manzini's newsletter. These levels here are, and we will mark them. And as you can see, most of the time these levels will stay pretty consistent based on the newsletter levels that he hands out on a daily basis. And we have been using these levels for the last 3 weeks because we've been just kind of stuck in area between 19 and 60. And, you know, if you do follow the ES, you notice that we've been pretty much stuck in this 40-point range literally every single day with a dip here and there. So if you kind of just go back all the way over, you can see that we stayed in this area pretty much. Let me see. I hope it don't mess my thing up by switching. We just kind of switched over to the 1 hour here. Way you can kind of, oh, I need to change the date. But this is all the way back. Let's just say we're all the way back from last week. How we always never hardly dip below this 19. We got below it maybe once or twice, but we've stayed pretty much between the 19 and 60. So this is kind of how we've been trading every day. I need to change the dates on these where I can go back a month. And this way you can kind of get a better idea of our levels that we've been trading. I kind of want to start trading the ES. I just haven't started doing it yet just because, I don't know, don't really feel comfortable trading it because I have a hard time with holding trades for a very long time. And with ES, you definitely got to have patience when taking trades. You got to have patience to hold the trades. And that's how I ended up even trading the NASDAQ because I have horrible patience. It's gotten better, but it used to be really bad where I used to have a hard time holding trades. And we also have news this morning too for anybody that likes to trade the news. If there's a prop firm you're using that allows you to trade the news. I know Apex sometimes has issues with people trading the news. Bulanox does not. Top Step does not. And there may be a few others. I'm not familiar. Those are the only prop firms that I'm really familiar with, those three. So just be aware that if you do jump in trades this morning, that we do have what time is the news? That weird times today. 40 minutes. That would put us what, 10 o'clock, 24. Okay, so 9:45 and 10 o'clock is going to be your 3-star news this morning. If anybody in this lobby is a YOLO type trader where you like to just put a trade going short, put a trade going long, and see if you can pass your prop firm account. Did you have a good weekend, Patrick? Were you green this past week? What was that on a Friday? I know that one account that you got back up to positive. I know that's pretty mind boggling that you were almost $400 from failing that thing and you passed it. So Friday was a good day, then Thursday was just kind of one of those break even days. I feel like I had a day like that too last week, where it's like I missed most of the opportunities. Yeah, that's pretty nice there. 20 minis. That's crazy, man. Oh my goodness. uh Methodical Man's talking about Apex disconnecting. That's kind of scary. That's kind of what I was doing Friday, but I was doing mine on micros where we were adding to our victories. That seems to be working pretty well. We're going to give that a try here. So yours is disconnecting also, trader? Uh, well, it may just be a eval day then, because I don't want to take any chances trading on funded accounts and get my ripped stuff like messing up again. Man, you would think after the last month they would have finally got that straightened out. I don't know. I feel like their servers are need to be updated or something. It's kind of like I don't know if I used to play a lot of video games back in the day, and it seems like whenever new games were released out, their servers would just be so overcrowded that it just it wouldn't work smoothly. And I feel like that's the issue now. A lot of people are getting into trading and using these prop firms, and I just don't feel like their servers can handle it. It's like they need to get those things updated, or engines, or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, I only brought it up because I heard Methodical Man over here talking about he was having issues, or I don't know if he was or somebody in his lobby was having issues with Ripnick. So, we're also going to try to trade also 4th of July morning for anybody that wants to join us. The market will be open for half the morning. No guarantees if there'll be any trades just because it's a holiday weekend. Friday, I'm not sure if I'm going to or not because I really don't know what to expect. I feel like a lot of the bankers and a lot of people in business, that's kind of like their vacation time. And that's this week in general. You get a lot of people on vacation this week. Wow, we're having a nice little pullback before the market even opens. More cash for us. I know, but the only thing is, we need those big bankers and hedge funds and everybody to move the market. The little retailers like us, we're probably not even, putting a little dent in it. We're just little fish taking little chunks out of the big fish. Okay. Oh goodness. We're gonna do our best not to have that typical Monday burn. Those are usually the worst. Where it seems like Mondays can be kind of tough sometimes when it comes to trading. Then you got to spend the rest of the week trying to get your losses back just from that Monday. It's kind of like losing on Friday. Yeah, I was hoping Apex and Bulenox would keep their 90% running all the way until through the holidays here, but they didn't. Unless they updated it again and wasn't sure about it. Sometimes they do update it late, so let me make sure that they didn't do that. So, guys, if you're just joining us, we do have news in 15 minutes. So be careful if you are getting into trades. You don't want to be stuck with those. Is that the $40 special that you're talking about, Trader? Now is that 150 what is it? What was I going to say? That special, is that only for the big evals, or is that for all of them the $85 activation fee? Like, can you get the 85 activation fee like on the 25K or the 50K or any of those? I mean, that's something I haven't looked into, so that's why I was asking. I didn't know if you knew the answer to that right offhand. Sounds like a methodical man's going all in over there. I think he's going to be doing those for the 8:45 news this morning. All right, guys, less than 1 minute. Like I said, I don't really see myself taking any trades probably until after the 10 o'clock hour. At least that's kind of always my goal when we have news, so much news in the first 30 minutes. Wow, we're just going to go straight up. All right, 20-second countdown. For some reason, I don't see my 15-minute opening range on my chart. I don't know. I hope it pops up because I like to use the 15-minute opening. Okay, there it goes. And also, this is another indicator that I'm a big fan of. This is the 15-minute opening range. And because what it is, most of the time, whatever side of the 15-minute range you usually pop first is most of the time is the direction that you're going to be in that day. And you'll come back and test it a few times where you can get entries off of that. That right there was caused by the fake breakout below the 34. So this is why a lot of times I will use the ES, and it scares me to take trades whenever we're kind of hovering around a support area on the ES. So that's kind of like one of I wouldn't say trader's favorite type moves where you have the fake breakout below the support level. And this is probably going to push up to 42. If we do continue, 42 is where we will run into resistance. So just keep that in mind if you are in your trade. What you want to do is you want to make sure we get a candle print above the 38. So we got a candle printed. You want to see if it tests the 38. Then the move up to 42. So, and this is how I kind of look for my support levels a lot of times. See, I wouldn't have taken any trade as long as we're around these support levels and they're not holding. And more likely, it's probably going to even be probably a fake. Most of the times it'll move back up and we'll eventually go up there and hit the 42. Wow, the NASDAQ is just going. Holy crap. The YM is doing the opposite and pushing straight up. Yeah, I'm usually not a big fan of these kind of candles where you get that push up. These are kind of candles that'll blow your account up here. All right, so we got me back below the 38. So to the downside, I want to say the 1900s. We can kind of go to the left a little bit and just kind of see what's been holding up here. Yeah, this type of trading right here, first thing, the opening is usually not my, cup of tea. I like to just watch. We usually just try to stay out of it. Unless you can get into a trade where you can hold like a 20, 30 point drawdown. Like I said, I'm probably just going to wait till after the 10 o'clock hour before I start looking for trades. I feel like it's the safer bet than trying to trade this. It's too whipsawy, and it's hard to jump in trades whenever you got to look, you got to consider a 20-point drawdown. The ES does look like it's slowing down. It's like the ES doesn't look as, it looks a lot stronger, but a lot more stable. It's not as whipsawy first thing this morning like the NASDAQ's kind of treating us. Another thing I like to see is when both markets are on the same side of the VWAP. So if we can get below the, say, the VWAP on the ES and find support there, then, you know, maybe possibly look for a short, but at least that's kind of what I do. Trader, are you trading the YM or are you just watching? Okay. All right, so the ES is trying to push the VWAP. So if we can push below it, maybe bounce off it a few times. It's like a naughty schoolboy. Oh my goodness. All right, so they're both getting above the VWAP now. Let me make sure I'm not on minis. Okay. I just had to make sure I wasn't on the minis. Wow, look at that first 50. Like, if you go to the 15-minute chart and look at that candle, it's like all wick, no body. Holy goodness. I mean, I feel like 1910s would be our area to move down. If we're looking for an area to go to, would be the 1910s. Man, it was very tempting to take that from about the 40s down to the 910s. I mean, we can also try it with one micro and just see if we do get down there, I guess. We're about to not quite break the 15 minutes. Uh, whew. Yeah, that's kind of what I'd like to see too. But I feel like that may have happened during the London because Manzini said that we should get. Oh, if it goes below. Okay, you're right. It didn't go below. I thought you meant just to push down to that area. This trading here is more or less if you're trying to scalp. I don't think I'd want to hold these trades. If you're going to be taking trades this first 30 minutes, I would just be scalping 5 to 10 points and get out. Yeah, these are horrible trades if you're looking for that good long or a good short. This is more scalping to me. Like, just scalp 5 or 10 points. But your management would probably be way off because you would have to have a big stop loss. Oh, excuse me. This seems like one of those trades you jump in, like if you are looking for something, you get trapped in it. It's like a trappy type trading where it's just kind of going side to side. That's why I would recommend if you're going to trade, just scalp it 5 or 10 points. This probably right here would have been more of my early day type trading where I would only be scalping 5 or 10 points. Yeah, I've been more. That's kind of like the trading that I've been more like attractive to lately is the longevity trades where we're looking for the 20, 30, 40, 50 point moves instead of this, jumping in and scalping 5 or 10 ticks. Been trying to get better at identifying like support and resistance or, just kind of looking to where the market could possibly go and marking out the levels. Yeah, the thing with that smaller target, I feel like I've gotten burned so many times doing that. It's like I would have a good, say, 4 or 5 days, then it just takes one day of bass risk management to destroy all your trade, the trading that you've done scalping. That's the only thing I've experienced from doing that. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of successful people doing it, but I haven't had a continuous successful at doing it. I don't know, man. I think below this 1900s, we could see 60s, and that may get us that push down to the 1900s, or not 1900s, but that 5519. So we already that was the first news play. Didn't really get much from it. Wow, we're going to blast through 27. I was hoping for a little pullback right here. Maybe we can look for a short down to the 60s. We should get a pullback because we're bouncing off the 27s. Man. May take a stab and see if we can take it down to the 20s. I like to see a little bit of pullback. We're trying to get through the 27s. All right.
Order filled.
We're going to try to take this all the way down to the 20s. That's only if we're able to push. I'm only jumping in with 1 micro just to kind of test the waters and see if we can continue pushing. We only have about 10 minutes of this trade before we'd have to get out.
Order submitted.
I think through the 60s, we should go really quick. That's that 1 hour fair value gap over there on the 1 hour. So we're already up 10 points. So we're going through the 50s.
Order filled. Order filled.
Okay. Woo, that was a quick 200 bucks. Nice. Nice. I feel like if we push down to the 19s, we should hit this next pivot at the right before the 20s. So that's why I kind of stuck it in the middle at the 40s. This way it just kind of gives myself a little protection just in case we don't quite get there. So this is kind of what a trader had mentioned earlier, how he's waiting for us to break the 19s, for us to maybe push for the 19s, then look for a long. So something that we started last Monday or the Monday before is where we're entering on like 1 micro. and we're adding to it. We're kind of picking a spot where I feel like it could go. Then before it gets there, I'll add 5 or 10 micros to my order. So it's kind of almost like you're trading on a mini, but you don't have to risk so much profit when you start out. And this way you can just add to it. Was this that big move Friday that we took down to the 50s? Was this that 100-point move here? Is this the area? Okay. It's below it now. So we probably can get rid of this 1 hour gap here. So we probably don't need that no more. Let's see. Well, I don't know. It's still holding up. I mean, this 60 area is still holding. It's still kind of going back to it. So, guys, just remember that we have news in 7 minutes. So, if you are in your trade, just make sure you try to either take profits or, just be mindful of that. I know I need to switch over to my Bulanox accounts. Just so you're aware that my charts may kind of pause for a minute, we're switching over to our Bewley accounts. Those are the ones that we were just kind of trading off and on Friday. I kind of feel like they took some of our money away because I swear that we had over $1,000 on one of these accounts from Friday. Oh, let me see if this count's still good. I'm not sure. I think this is that one I got to wait for the renewal. Remember a trader I was talking about? I thought I had a free reset or something, but that wasn't the case from Friday. Let's see. Let's see what happens.
Order submitted.
Okay. I mean, this is kind of where we found the bottom during the London. I mean, was this the London lows here at 4 o'clock on the ES here? Yeah. I think what I'm gonna try to do is just kind of wait. I'm trying to be patient enough to wait for us to get back above the VWAP on both charts, but man, it's so far away. You're looking at 60 points. All right, so we got 2 minutes before the news, so we're just gonna wait for the news to play out just to see what happens. Oh goodness. Excuse me, guys. All right, guys, if you're in your trade, we got less than 1 minute before the news starts. All right, 5 seconds. Not too eventful. Man. Man, if 32 can hold on the ES, I mean, God, I would think we'd get another push up to the 42s. All right, we're about to have a new candle print. Just kind of watching the ES. I'm wondering if we get a little pullback to help us tap the VWAP on the NASDAQ here, because we couldn't get above the VWAP at 31. At the 31. Trader, you still waiting on your entry? Mm. It was very tempting to jump in right there off that 1900. Just to test the waters a little bit, maybe. Mm. Couldn't pull the trigger again. I feel like we want to touch the 40s here. We're below the VWAP on both markets. Both markets is kind of finding support around that 27, 28. We're finding support at the 1900. Hopefully this right here can kind of get both the ES and NASDAQ kind of synced up where they're both trading above the VWAP. Mm. Has anybody taken any trades this morning? Is everybody still kind of just sitting on the sideline? I like that we're kind of slowing down a little bit, consolidating in the area. So now we could possibly look for entries. Oh, excuse me. Hmm. Man. There comes the VWAP touch there. Let's see if we can get both markets in sync finally. Let's get them above the 30s. Maybe we can start pushing back up towards that 42. I mean, look at this nice 15-minute candle off the 90. That's a huge, huge blue green candle. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens around the VWAP first, Patrick. I don't like getting long into the VWAP because I know we always have some kind of reaction off of that. I like to see us move above this 43, find support, then move up to the 2000s or 20,000s. So this is kind of where I use the ES as far as my longer short. See how we're kind of consolidating off this 28? As long as the 28 holds, we still should look for longs. But, if the ES 20 fails, then you got that possibility for that push back down to the 19. But I would never take the first candle to go. I would need to see it push below the 28, print a candle below the 28 or 27 and find support. Man, that thing just went straight down. There was no candle printing at all on that thing. Short on the 5-minute break. Nice. So how are you, Patrick? Are you just scalping then? Are you just looking for a certain amount of ticks or profit? What I'm hoping this is maybe where our good long will come into play. So we would have a fake breakout below this major support at the 19, and then we will push back above it. I mean, it's hard to find entries whenever you got candles just going straight down. Okay, so you're just looking for at least $100 or more. Okay. Yeah, no, I hear Methodical Man keep talking about it. All right, trader, there's our 11. Let's see if that's going to be our support for us to move back up. Yeah, usually, Patrick, I don't usually ever look for like kind of a bias of a up and down. I try to just trade what's going on now. Yeah, it didn't offer us an entry trader. It just went straight. It just went straight down. Because I know sometimes whenever I've done that where I'm just looking for longs, or if I'm looking for shorts, most of the time it'll cause me to take losing trades. Apex is your handicap for the day. Yeah, I took that one Apex trade earlier for that 187, but I've switched back over to the Bulanox right now. I guess we're trying to add to our Bulanox accounts a little bit. So we still have two funded accounts with Bewley that I really haven't even traded. We still got 25,000 on this Bewley funded. This is the one I haven't submitted yet. I just kind of have it just sitting there in limbo. This was the one I blew up Friday or last week or something. And these are the two that I'm trying to get to that level now. And we need about $700 on each account. So this was that one area that we kind of had marked out earlier as that 20, but we did not get it on that initial move. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like, do we fill in this like, this is a huge 4 hour fair value gap down here, like this whole space all the way down to the 550s. It's almost like I want to take a trade off this pivot and see how low we can go. All right, so we got about 17 seconds left on this. Let's see what kind of we get at this pivot here. And this is kind of risky when you're taking, if you take trades this low down. Man, if we can start pushing back above that 11, I wouldn't mind trying to long up to that 19 again. We still got about a minute left on this candle. Oh man, I really don't want to just jump in. Okay, so you're going to wait for the 19 bounce and see what we get at the 19. I guess we could do that. I mean, that's really not a bad idea, especially if you're trying to take trades on the ES. I was thinking that we would fill in this huge fair value gap before we move back down. All right, there comes our 19 here. It's tough just watching this thing go straight up, trader. Man, I wanted to pull the trigger back over at this 20 when I saw we found support, but I was like, no, I'm gonna wait. I think I'm going up almost 100 points. I know, it's tough. All right, let's see if we can find support at the 19 here. Maybe it'll pull back, bounce off that 19 and go. So we may try a trade and use this 15 minutes as our support level. Having a hard time breaking that 15-minute maybe. We'll see.
Order filled.
We're just going to use the 15 minutes as a guide. If we break back up into the 15 minutes, we're just on 1 micro at the moment. So this still may be a no-go trade. We just need that 19 to hold a little bit. So, okay, so that cost us $20. This is why we're just jumping in on 1 micro. Kind of test the waters a little bit. So that 15 minutes opening range is holding on the bottom side. I wasn't sure how far we would.
Order submitted. Order filled.
We're risking about $10 here to see if we can get something above the VWAP. We kind of need a candle to print. We did jump in a little early.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Oh, it stopped us out. It's like, what happened? So it looks like we're kind of pushing back down to test that 19 again. Mm.
Order filled.
We'll use this 2-minute candle type thing. Yeah, we've already tried one little entry. I mean, we're still not down a lot. I mean, you know, as long as we keep our trades under $100 total.
Order submitted.
No, what we're doing is we're using the 2-minute scalping strategy where it's based on what the 2-minute candles are doing. Might have to wait till we get pushed through that 30s, then maybe look for entry because we're struggling to get through the 30s. So it looks like we're going to push back and test that 19 again. if we get above the, I should almost go to break even, so this trade doesn't cost me any money is what I should do. I mean, we'll risk $20 on it. It may come back and stop us out, but we're not really scalping. We're looking for the decent move up. We got to get through that 200 moving average up there. All right, so now we're in this trade for basically $10. If we get something big, that'd be good. If not, it cost us $10 to entry.
Order canceled.
All right. So far, it's been we're managing our trades fairly good. We're not really taking any big losses. I mean, we're down $50 and we done entered 3 trades already. So we still got this. I just don't want to be faked out of the fake out 19 because we're basically tested that 19 again. I mean, it still feels like it wants to move up. I mean, hell, look at this 15-minute candle over here. This thing is 100 points on this 15-minute candle. I don't know if it needs a 50% retracement. We're trying to get through that 19. All right, so we're back at that 519. We're still consolidating there once again. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to if we continue down. I may try another short below this 15-minute opening range here. I was thinking maybe if we pushed up here, we'd at least tap this top of this 15-minute. And so that's kind of what I was shooting for earlier when we were looking at the longs. Which, I mean, we're just kind of waiting on see what happens with the 19. The 19 is still just kind of consolidating. Man, did we fall 100 points again, trader? Is the 19 or 820s in play? Damn. Man, do I want to attempt this short below this 910? Holy crap, man. I feel like I'm sitting here looking at this whole trade if I wait. I don't want to be faked out with that push below the 19. Kind of tricks us. All right, about to have a new candle right here, print. See. So this is kind of what we're looking at. We want to see if this candle is going to hold the 19. If this candle can hold, my God. God, that stuff is that stuff is so trappy, man. Like, look at that. Like, you think, oh, it's about to go, and that shit just stops. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was such a trap. Those are the candles that the FOMO gets you. So we're still kind of using this 15-minute opening range as our support here. I like that we're below that 09. Almost want to use the 10 as my support level. I'm kind of waiting for this next candle to print.
Order filled.
We'll use this 10 as our support level. This way we're not risking but like 20, what's that, 20 bucks or something, to see if we can get the short. All right, so it looks like it's going to come back and get us. Well, missed us by just a hair. That should get us that time. No. It's teasing us. Just don't want to get wicked out. If it's going to hit us, let it just hit us. All right, there it goes. So we're still kind of looking for shorts below this 15-minute opening range here. Trader, did you flip your order?
Order filled.
All right, we'll try this one more time, see what happens.
Order submitted.
Wow, is that thing going to skyrocket back up there again? Come on. Just don't want it to one tick me. All right, that's going to keep going.
Order
All right, we're just
filled.
going to close it. This is crazy, man. It's going to take me 2 trades to get profit today. 1 trade to get my profit back, and the next trade to get up. Hey, Angel, how are you doing today? We're doing good. We're down a little bit on this account, but I think we can get it back though. Oh, so I don't know if we want to push back up to test that 19 again. Let's see. Well, did you at least take some of your profit off of that? Went long from the 890s to the 90s. Nice. Yeah, I was trying to take the short based off of this 15-minute opening range. It's kind of where we're kind of consolidating at right now. Nice, Patrick. Oh, you took that based off of fair value gap one? Yeah, I've taken a lot of small losing trades, like 10, 20, $30. We've been up on a lot of those trades, but we haven't been taking profit. We've been just looking for the long trades. So we're still kind of a fan of this 15-minute gap holding up. Yeah, I know when we broke this 1900s, I thought we would fill in these fair value gaps here, but we didn't. Man, I don't know if I want to wait for us to get back above the 19. Goodness. Trader, I hope you at least took some of your points on that short since you said you flipped your trade at that 19. Oh, you're still holding? Man, do I want to try this short again? I feel like we moved back down to the 20s.
Order submitted.
Man. Man, if this short fails, this will have to be my last short. I done tried that thing 3 times to go down. It's done failed for me every time. Yeah, this is gonna be a fail. I can already see it. Fucking ES is just. Hmm.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Whoa, what happened? Oh, it didn't add. Oh, crap, guys. I forgot to add my freaking. Why did that do that? What the crap? I don't know what happened there. Something happened there. I tried to add. I don't know if it just. I think it went back to 1 micro or something. I'm not really sure. I tried to add like 10 micros, 15 micros for that push down. What the bummer that was. Oh, that should have been my back to break even trade. Damn it. Not really even sure what happened there. I would have to go back and watch the video. Uh, I really don't want to jump in this again. Damn it. I feel like we want to test those 20s again. So, I mean, we. I swear. So that last trade, guys, I'm not sure what I hit or closed my account or it didn't add. I thought I'd added a bunch of contracts for like a 5 to 10 point move, but for some reason I don't. Not really sure what happened. Excuse me. So we're kind of getting that pushed back up to the 1900s again. And this is the 15-minute opening range that's being tested at this moment. As you can see, we usually always find a little support at that 15-minute opening range. So it looks like the ES wants to push down again. I almost pulled the trigger on that 15-minute support, but I feel like I was too late. Wanted to take that around the 910s to. So we're also just kind of watching the ES to the right of us. We're waiting to see if the 11 is going to hold up on the ES. I mean, we've pretty much been consolidating between 14 and 07, so about what, 7 points. Mm-mm-mm. I had my trade to get into break even earlier, but like I said, I don't know if I forgot to change how many micros I was adding. This red line that you see, this is our 15 minutes here. I mean, even the 15 minutes is pretty wicky, besides that one big candle down or up this morning. Just trying to keep from not jumping in too early. Then have to sit through like some type of drawdown. Oh, excuse me. So right now the ES is kind of consolidating around that 11. Oh, excuse me. And so maybe this is our push up back up to the 19s. I'm not going to really look for a long unless we get above that 10 level. Just because, most time it's hard for us to push back through the. All right, trader, sounds good, buddy. Good luck on the housing hunt. Good morning, crypto. We're down a little bit on this account. I thought I had it back to break even a while ago whenever I tried to add to my thing. I guess I forgot to up the micros or something. And so we're still down. I had a pretty good trade earlier from like about the 1900s down to the 70s, about 40 points, but for some reason I wasn't able to get anything from it. Oh, it's an eval. This is some of these Bewley accounts that I have. I was trying to, because I have about 3 evals on Bewlenox now, or 4. So we're still just looking for one more move, maybe to get some of our profits back on this one. This is that account we did fairly good on Friday with. So, but we're still up $660. We're just trying to add to it. Then the other one, we're up 707. We were up 8 something on this one. Then that's the one that we lost a little bit on. Hmm. Kind of like to see on this next printed candle here, but I know we're also approaching that 19 and we've struggled to get through that 19. I may try a VWAP bounce here just to see. But we also just bounced hard off that 19. Holy crap. Man. Holy goodness. Yeah, the Manzini stats. I know he was he was a bullish today. Oh, mechanical. Oh, okay. I glanced at that wrong. Man.
Order filled.
We'll risk about $20 on this trade and see what happens.
Order submitted.
Got to get through this 19 for us to move higher. We've been struggling at this 19 on the ES. We can't get through the 19. We probably are not going to go. All right. Yeah, give me a minute. I'll look at it in a second. Wait till this trade's over. If we don't get through the 19, we'll probably end up moving back down because that 19 is major support resistance. Man. A little bit more. I just don't want it to one tick us at the 25s if it comes back and retouches that VWAP again. Oh, it just couldn't get through that 19, guys. That 19 is the battle. All right, so we're, God dang it. Mm-hmm. So this is kind of what we're watching on the ES. We got to get through this 19. This is our red line in the sand here that we have marked out. Hmm. There's a lot of liquidity kind of sitting in the 50s in this area here. So we would have to, if we can bust through the 19, I feel like we push up to the 27, 28s. Oh my goodness, come on. Oh goodness. I don't know if the ES is going to let us have the 19. It's just been a straight up battle. The Bears and the Bulls. So trades like this is why I don't enter in heavy in trades no more. It makes it easier to get in trades and hold them. And you don't have to risk as much money from the get-go to enter these trades. It's like, come on, 19. If we give up 19, I think we go to the moon. All right, we're about to test that 19 again, guys. We're just been kind of stuck at our entry where we entered at on the 30s. I just hope it don't come back and stop us out and go to the moon. I hate when that's what it looks like it's going to happen. We don't have a play. All right. No love today, my friends. No love today. So this is at 15-minute opening range. We're just trying to see if maybe if we're gonna hold or break. I guess I'll look at the Discord because we are not having any luck today. No, come on. That's oh my goodness. Are we gonna break that 19 finally? I'm not gonna look for long unless the freaking ES can get it back above the 19. All right, so we are back above that 19. I think there's a lot of liquidity in this area here, right about the 50s. So I don't know if we look for a long above the 50s. Man.
Order filled. Order submitted.
If this doesn't break the 50s, it'll probably come back down, guys. So we need it to. So we're above that 19. So there's that 50 range where we got a lot of support in this area. Let me just go back down to the VWAP. We're just in for one micro, guys. So that's the bottom of that fair value gap there at the 30s. You're just So we're hoping that the 19 can hold up. This is kind of like what we're looking for. If we start losing 19, it's going to definitely go back down.
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Might get wrecked on this trade, guys.
Order canceled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right. The little bit of DCA worked out on that one, guys. Whew. So that was a $300 trade. We're back up 105 on the P&L. So we're just kind of looking for us to get above this 50. May try to jump back in on one micro. I switched accounts.
Order filled.
All right, might come back and get us. So we're kind of moving back down to test that 19 again. Still looking for a. So we're battling that 19 again. I'm going to wait till we get through this bottom of this 15-minute gap. Then I may look for a short below there. Or, I mean, we could take it at the VWAP. It might be a little bit riskier since we haven't broke through that 910. We'll kind of see what this next candle brings us. I mean, the 15-minute looks like it wants to keep pushing. So we're testing those 50s, maybe above the 50s. We're under that 50s battleground. All right, I like that we're holding that 19. That's good. If we get above this freaking 50, so much liquidity in this area. Oh, fuck, it's going crazy over there. All right, we're pushing above that 50. That's a plus. That's a plus. We're above that 19. Yeah.
Order filled.
We're going to take a little filler trade. This is just in for 1 micro, so we're not in too deep. Let's see here. We want to sell.
Submitted.
We're just kind of testing the waters, see if we can break out of this zone here. I still am not going to look for anything higher than this 15-minute opening range. So So, jumping in with 1 micro allows me to take multiple, risky entries to just try to get that best entry possible. Then hopefully, we can. Come on, 19. We need big boy 19 to hold up. That's why we got him in red. That's the line in the sand there for the ES. So it could go either way. I mean, I don't know. The freaking 15-minute kind of, well. All right. So, unfortunately, it looks like we're pushing them back on the other side of that 15 minutes. It's just not 15 minutes, but that 19. Let me make it a little larger so you can see. So here's that 19. This is the one that's kind of holding us down. Just trying to be patient here. No reason to get scared out of a trade when you're on 1 micro. Keeping the losses small. You can always gain them back, guys. You can always get them back. We got to get through these 50s for us to move higher. This has been kind of our consolidation hour for our consolidation area for like the last 30 minutes. Maybe a little longer if you go back here. I like that we make a lower higher here. Looks like we want to go. Might run into a little resistance up here at the 50-23s. At least got about 4 or 5 points of movement. Oh, goodness. Hmm. I thought once we broke around that 53 would make a little runner there up, but man, it just stopped. Makes me worried to when trying to add to this. Hmm. Man, I thought that was going to be our breakout right there. I think it just did not want to go. So it's making me nervous about adding on to my, you know, to add on just because, man, it seems like it gets right in that 60s and it just dies off. Long, I'd like to see that 50 hold up. That'd be good right there. Are you in long crypto? Mm.
Order filled. Order submitted.
I was worried about that. Might have added too soon, guys. We need to move up to the 68. See if we can get out of this trade here. This is kind of what I've been worried about. Some of my entries, we just haven't had like good like follow through. It's like we just been dying. Even though I still feel like we're gonna move up, it's just not like. Woo, might end up blowing my account. So be careful. Don't be watch out on your join ins. Uh-oh, guys. Might be trapped in this one. Oh, I thought we were going to keep pushing. Um, ooh. The grind. Man, if this thing gets us back to break even, like, dang, do I just want to just get out of this trade? Just look for another entry without taking huge losses. I'm just going to look for 5 points. What is that? 63, 68, just to get out of this trade, possibly. It's going to the 885s. Well, it can go without me.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order filled.
All right. Woo, it's okay. It's okay. We don't need a pullback, baby. We don't need a pullback. That was a 500 banger. Look at the 500 P&L. I got a little nervous on that one. I thought the DCA got me. I done added too quick. Oh, shoot. Oh, goodness. Methodical Man gave me the confidence to push it 10 points instead of my 5. He was like, we're going to the 85. So I was like, all right, we'll take Methodical Man's word for it. So we bumped up and went for 10 points. Oh, goodness. Man, you know that's some fake money. You know, real 250 on there, guy. Let's see. 20. All right, we're switching back to the eval that we made $100 on earlier. Oh, Methodical Man said he'll take some Monopoly money. Oh, shit. Oh, goodness. You're Chuck and Cheese. A Chuck and Cheese token. Oh, shit. So we're glad we got out of that trade for our profit. This way we don't have to sit through here and stress that. I kind of had this right here marked out earlier with that wick. So we'll see if we can find another entry. That last entry got me a little nervous. I hate that we didn't have like that good follow through when I thought we were breaking out, and I added a little too soon. So we need this. If this 19 holds, I mean, there's no reason why we cannot continue higher. A little pullback before moving higher. Just need this 19 right here to hold. May go grab a coffee real quick. We've already traded 3 different accounts this morning. We traded 1 Apex account and we traded 2 Bewleys. If you were here earlier this morning, this is the one we got down about $200 and we got it all back in one trade. Just had to be patient. It kept chipping away at us on those small losses, but it just took that one good trade to get it all back and some. So far today, between our 3 accounts, we're up, what, $700, something like that. I thought about trading a funded on Apex this morning, but I guess Apex is having issues. Hopefully you're not one of those people having issues with Ripnick this morning. I heard that it's been, I'm not sure if it's signing you out or if it's dropping or what. But anytime I start hearing Apex having issues, I try to just stay away from them. So we're just going to stick to Beulah Knox over here. We got quite a few Bewleys. We still have our one, I guess, funded account with Bewley over here. We haven't traded. It's just kind of, it's just kind of sitting there on the bottom. Here, oh, here it is at 25K. So we really haven't traded that one. This one is the one I blew. I think I was having just a super just messing around day here. And this is the one that we have to pay the activation fee. And I'm going to try to hold off all the way to the last minute. So we're just going to let it sit there. And we still need, what, $400 plus $600 on our evals to get a few more funded. But like I said, I don't care to pay all those activation fees at one time. It gets kind of pricey. So if I was paying attention, I would have liked to maybe took a trade bounce off this 19 over here on the NASDAQ. But I think if I look for long, I'm kind of going to wait for us to get above this 15-minute opening range here. Usually we get some fairly good points if we break back out the other side of the 15 minutes. So what were you saying about these trades here? Crypto? I don't know if you're still in here. Um, Crypto, are you still in the lobby? Wow. What is this that they're trading? Like, what is this? You enter one micro or one mini and do the math type thing. Crap, I wasn't paying it. We have boom past that 15 minutes. So I enter most of my trades with one micro anyway, but I do add. Man, are we not going to get a pullback? I was hoping for a pullback. Let's see if we can pull back here a little bit. Nope. Okay. So these are mechanical trades, you said? Mm. So do these charts kind of show you how to enter the trades, or is this just marking them out? All right. I may jump in and use this 15-minute as my stop loss here. I think the 15-minute may hold up.
Order filled.
We'll see what happens. Oh, okay.
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
Just kind of wanted to add to that, but we struggle a little bit to move past those 30s. See if we test this 99 range again.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Yeah, I don't like the way that looked. I just didn't have the diamond hands. It just was not going. I just don't feel like holding more drawdown with that. If I had a little bit more force movement, volume, I wanted to really stay in that for the full 5 points, but just couldn't do it, guys. Just couldn't do it. We're already up $221 on this account for the day. We just didn't want to lose any of our profits on a quick reversal. So between our two Bulanoxes, we are up 730 for the day. And this is trading micros. This is just adding to our orders. Plus the $100, 150, 130, something like that on the other Apex. But we stopped trading Apex once we started hearing possible issues. Crypto. So is this these entries? Now, is this something that you previously put on the map for your mechanical trade, or is this like a bot type trading deal? I downloaded that one thing Andy told me to download from Friday. I just need to go back and watch Oracle's video on how to install it. I was just so busy all weekend. Look how grindy that's been all morning. Besides this one candle here, I mean, look at this. It's just all super grindy. No really good volume. Every time you enter a trade, you're sitting there just kind of like praying over here to the trading gods to make us move higher as it consolidates. Maybe that 42 is kind of going to be our target on the ES over here. Then you have, let me move this over. You have this next pivot up at the 50s. We may try to look for another entry in a minute. We're just going to give it a little bit and see what's going to happen. As long as 28 holds up and this opening 15-minute holds up, I mean, I will probably jump in long again on a micro. And that's this level here at the 1880s. Oh, okay. So these trades are put on at the same time every day. So 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, all the little times that you see at the bottom. Huh. Is that right? Am I reading that right? Where you said the times? I like that these 2-minute candles are holding up. See how if I bought in this little at this 2-minute and put my stop loss here. Let's see if it would have failed on us. So what's the deal between picking a buy and sell crypto? Look at that, 2 minutes still holding. May jump in with 1 micro, test the waters, guys. Worst we can lose is what? $20. Just trying to make sure I don't jump in too early. We'll test the waters a little bit.
Order failed.
We'll risk $30.
Order submitted.
We just got to move through that 34s on the ES over here. I mean, we're already at 5 handles. I mean, if I was playing normal, we would already took our trades off, but trying to add to it, guys. Trying to add to it. Let's see here. You got to get above that 20 there. Then what's after the 20s? Way up at the 40s, maybe. If we get through the 20s, we should make it to the. And we could possibly have this next pivot up here too, up at the 50s or right at the 50s. So what, about 47? I want to add to it. The reason what's stopping me is we're close to that 44, 34 area. And we could pull back. A lot of times I am usually one candle or two early. So I guess I didn't notice we had a kind of a pivot back at the 20s. And this is on the 15-minute here. I didn't go back and look at that. Yeah, we're going to struggle a little bit to get through these 20s here. If we can't start pushing pretty soon, we may just go in and exit this trade. I don't like the fact that there's a pivot from the previous trading day there on the 15 minutes. So the most damage we can do right here is be out $20 on this trade. Sorry about that. Let me look. Oh, okay. That might have been my entry to get out of this trade. Sometimes when that happens, most of the time it's like, damn, I should just close this and be done with it. Look for my next entry. Come on, Junior. It's going to be tough for us to get above those 20s. Me going back and looking at the 15 minutes. I mean, we bounced off this area freaking twice already. There's a lot of support sitting up at the 20s. Another opportunity to get out of this trade and just walk away break even. If I was in this for like deeper contracts, I probably would. But since we're just in it for one micro, we've been just letting these kind of work their way out. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Did you follow all the rules, crypto? There is no rules at FTT. Only consistency. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I signed up for an account with them. I just haven't started using them yet. I really want to though. I like that one-time fee, and you got like a funded account already. Right? Am I talking about the same prop firm you are? FTT. Yeah, fast track. Yeah, fast track trading. That's how it's called. Yeah. Yeah, I try to sign up whenever they're offering that 3 accounts for that 170 or 180, but I really didn't want to go to the bank and mess with it. But I finally did get that one thing set up though that you can transfer. Okay. I don't know how many entries this thing's gonna let me get out of this trade. Oh, you did it with crypto. Okay. This thing may eventually come back and stop our one micro out because this thing is struggling to get through the 20s. I don't like the move higher. The fact that we're above the 15-minute opening range. I'm not saying it won't go, but no. We're just holding, still holding at 20. We're going to look to add to our position once we can make sure we stay above that 20, guys. There we go. I don't want to add too soon and get faked out. See how it's just pushing, but having a hard time. Still testing that 20. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I was getting a payout and use that money to do that, that'd be the. Mm. That's why we didn't add. We wanted to make sure that we didn't get that fake breakout, which like that's kind of what it was almost. All right. Testing again. We're still battling the 20s. I'm not gonna look for a trade unless we can find support at the 20s. And we easily could have a fairly decent pullback just because we're struggling to move above the 34s on the ES. So that's kind of what's holding us up here. This area there. Kind of been in this trade for a little while, so what are we risking? $24. Uh-oh. Wrong keyboard, guys. Wrong keyboard. So we've been kind of just sitting in this trade probably for at least the last 20 minutes. As soon as I entered, we pretty much started consolidating pretty hard at that 20 range. And then when I look to the left on the 15 minutes, I noticed that we have like a pivot type support level sitting there. So that's kind of what's been holding us up. And it may end up coming back and stopping us out for a deeper pullback. Because, you got a fair value gap here that it has to fill in. This is the top of that 15-minute opening range. So there's multiple issues that could pretty much bring us back down. Yeah, just making sure. And if I get stopped out, what I'll do is I'll wait and see what happens if we come back and test this 85 area and possibly re-enter. But looking at the 15-minute, I mean, we're making lower highs. I mean, it looks like it wants to go. I just don't want to add to my position too early and get burned. I like to see a nice printed candle above the 20s here, unless it just goes. We got the pivot sitting up at the 45s, 46s. May finally just come back and get us. I mean, we were up 10, 11 points on this trade, but I was looking to add to our position. We just need this 20 area to hold up. It's still struggling a little bit. All right, so we're about to get a new candle print here. This new candle, we can pretty much just move it up for a free trade if we follow the 2-minute candle stick pattern. 20s is still good. Ah, shit. So the most that will be out of this trade would be $6 if it comes back and stops us out. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to find a good area to add to our winners, but we just never could get any because we've been struggling to get out of the 20s. So if it stops us out, we'll just have to look for another entry. I'll give it a little bit more room to go. That'll just make it $14 if we lose the trade. Because the ES has struggled to get through the 34s over here. And I don't think I have enough drawdown to get us back down to the 28s. So I would just let it stop us out. Man, we've been in this trade for, I swear, about 30 minutes. It's been consolidating since 12 o'clock. All right, so it finally stopped us out. So what we're going to look for now is we're going to use the 15-minute opening range to look at an entry. This is way back over here at the 85s and see if that offers us a pullback to there. And plus we have a 2-minute gap and probably even a 3-minute gap too if you go through your inversion gaps. So you also have one on the 3-minute that it could possibly pull back to the 70s to fill in that gap. Whew. And see, I thought we were going to be moving down today because our first 15-minute gap, we went out the bottom of that thing. Consolidation like this makes me feel like it's a freaking Friday evening. It's kind of what it feels like. So we're probably going to have to wait till probably the 2 o'clock hour usually. Well, actually about the 1:30 to 2 o'clock hour is usually when we get that next big move. So we are going to probably jump back in whatever direction we feel like the market's going to go for, either a long or short. We're just going to wait and see what happens at this 20. And we'll jump in with one micro and then we'll just add to it. Just kind of have to sit through this whole like consolidation period. Or like Methodical Man says, the Tom Sabo box. So far, it's been a pretty good morning. We're up probably $800 between three accounts. This is the one we traded earlier, and we're up 512. And this one we're up 206. And this is just trading micros. But we have been going in pretty heavy on micros once we get going in the right direction. So it could easily burn you either way. Don't matter if you were trading micros or minis. So the only thing that would stop me going short here is I would like us to be below the 28 maybe, then maybe go back down and test that 19 again. Then hopefully that would put us below this 15-minute opening range. Oh, man. All right, so we're finally pushing the consolidation box. So here, I'm either waiting for us to break this 85 or for us to find support and break below the 28. You just got to be careful and don't be faked out. So that's why I usually enter on one micro. So in case we do pick the wrong direction, we don't get, destroyed by, a simple mistake as entering too early. You can always re-enter. You just want to keep your losses to a minimum. I did almost mess up earlier. I went over leverage in micros after we started moving up and the market kind of stopped on us. How is everyone else's trading going today? Is everybody having a fairly good day trading? It was tough this morning. I was definitely thinking that since we already touched that 19 on the ES that we would move up to the 42s again. That's kind of been the bounce area. If you kind of go back to this morning through the London session. So got the overnight highs up here around the 42 in the London. This is kind of where I'm thinking that we're going to go if we continue higher here. So if you follow Adam Manzini, he pretty much called this out. Says if we touch the 42, we will run back down to the 19. So it played out perfectly. You just had to sit through all the mess in between. Man, this stuff has been messy today, guys. So, like I said, I won't start looking for entry until we get back around the 85s to kind of see what's going to happen there. And we may not make it back there, but that's kind of what I was waiting on. Because most of the time on your 15-minute opening range is usually you find really good support at the top of your 15-minute opening candle or close. Did anybody lose any evals this morning or funded accounts or your live account? Maybe you took a little bit of red day. We did blow an eval one day last week. I think it was earlier in the week though. It's like Wednesday or Thursday. It was one of our. Luckily, it was just one of those 90% Beulah Knoxes, so it wasn't too bad. And plus, it's got a reoccurring of 90%, so more likely we'll just hold on to it since it recurs at 90, just in case they don't run any 90s later on. I was hoping they would run 90s most of the week for the 4th of July, but maybe they'll add to it or something later this week. If we continue to chop like this for the next 10, 15 minutes, I may go grab some coffee or something. And I guess if I'm going to look for a long, I like for us to get above the 20 here. This is kind of where we were finding support, and that's because that's kind of the a pivot area for the 15-minute candle. Yeah, we've had a lot of bounces off the 15 minutes up at the 20. Or, there's always that possibility of trading the consolidation box where you try to buy at the bottom and sell at the top. For anybody like scalping. Does anybody have any questions today? So how we've made our profit today is we've been buying in on 1 micro, and we will add anywhere from 5 to 10, 15, 20 micros to our order as it's pushing up. So that's how we've gotten most of our profit today. And this way, your main entry, you know, you can kind of get a sense of direction, which way the market's going to go once you enter. But, you know, if you enter the market heavy and it goes against you, you're going to lose a lot of money quick. Where if you just enter on 1 micro or 1 mini, I guess, depending on what you're trading, you don't take as much loss, and you can recover that loss fairly easy. So like this account here, we were actually down almost $200 first thing this morning, but we were able to make $400 on this account to get it back. Unfortunately, I had to do it twice because I don't know what happened on one of my trades. We were trying to add to it, and it's like glitched out or something, and it didn't really give us hardly any credit for anything. I'm trying to hold off from going to get that coffee break, but man, this thing is, as soon as I walk away, it's gonna probably go. We'll give it a few more minutes and see what happens. If we don't move in the next, say, 3 or 4 minutes, I'm gonna go run and get a coffee real quick, and I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. Is there any other style that anybody's trading here? Like, do you guys like to trade support and resistance, or are you guys trading the inversion gap trades where you're looking for failed inversion gaps? Or if you like trading the fair value gaps, I can pretty much mark those out for you if you like, if it'll help. Yeah, I downloaded it, but I didn't get a chance to watch that video this weekend, man. We were so busy trying to get that house finished from the tornado damage this weekend. But I got it downloaded. I just need to watch Oracle's video on how to set it up. How has that been going today, Andy? Oh. So you're positive with it today? How many trades a day do you take with that Skyfire? Nice, up 200 on your PA. Trace the arrows. Yeah, I need to watch the video on how to install it. I got it uploaded to Ninja. I just have to put it on my charts. It doesn't go in there like an indicator, does it? I don't even think I've checked. Let's see. Hmm. Well, oh, I remember now. I did that wrong. Oh, what is that? Sorry about that. Hmm. Oh, shit. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, we definitely will have to look and see how to install that correctly. Is it called Skyfire when you set it up? I mean, I see a bunch of new stuff in my indicators, but none of it says Skyfire. Oh, okay. Mm. Was that the one that was in the what's his name Discord underneath your name? Whew, 400 ticks. All right, so it looks like we're finally breaking out of that consolidation box here. Hopefully this thing offers us an entry and just not sell right off. Mm-hmm. Just waiting to see if this 85 is going to fail or hold here. Sorry, I was just kind of focusing on charts, just trying to see what's going to happen at this 85. Maybe this will finally be our big move up that we've been waiting on. But we'd have to get through those stubborn 20s. Still got another minute for this candle prints. Excuse me, guys. All right, less than 10 seconds. We can kind of see what this candle's going to do here. May take a stab at it again just to kind of test the waters.
Order
All right, we're
filled.
going to test the waters one more time and see what happens here.
Order submitted.
But we could get stopped at this 20 up here. That one's been, I don't really want to add to our position until we get above that 20 there. I mean, if you're in scalping, if you're looking for probably 5 to 10 points, you probably could have got in above this once we moved back into the consolidation box and we bounced off that 15-minute opening range there. A lot of times I take trades off of the 15-minute opening range. So we're risking probably what, $26 on this trade if it fails. Like it's going to come back and get us, guys. We do enter a little bit more trades because we're entering on 1 micro. So we're not really risking a lot when we enter these trades. So the goal is to get the best possible entry as possible and to add, you know, just kind of look ahead and see where we can add to our entry.
Order canceled.
All right, so we lost $23, $24 on that trade. We're still at 180 for the day on this particular account. But overall, you know, we're still up $700, $800. We made $512 on this eval here. We did lose what, 20 something dollars in a last couple trades on this account here. And we also took 1 trade on our Apex today, but we got away from Apex because they were having some issues this morning with Ripnick. Man, that's crazy, Andy. 400 ticks. I mean, how big of a move is that? Let's see. That's 40 point. No. What is that? Let's see. 400. Wow, 280 point move. Dirty, dirty, dirty. All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab something to drink real quick, and I will be back in probably 5 or so minutes. Hopefully the market doesn't go without me. All right, be back in a sec. All right, guys, I'm back. Doesn't look like I missed a whole bunch. Would have been back a minute or two sooner, but I hit the wrong button on the coffee machine, so I had to start over. So I really wasn't sure what kind of trading we were going to have this week, just being it's holiday here in the United States, or a holiday week. A lot of people go on vacation today or this week. There's probably tons of people at the beach. Hopefully they're careful. There's been a lot of shark sightings and a lot of riptides this year. Been quite a few stories of people dying at the beach. So if you're going, be careful. So I'm not going to make any moves until I know that we can break this 15-minute opening range, because this is kind of where the area that we've been stuck in between the 85 and the 20. For my longs, I'm just going to wait till we can get above this 20 with some kind of volume. Because as you can see, anytime we pushed above this 20, it just dies off. I mean, you've really got no movement above this 20. So that's kind of where we had entered earlier. Actually, about the same spot. We entered in the teens, and we would be up, 7, 8, 9 handles, but we could not move any higher because I was looking to add to our position as soon as we moved higher, but we never could get an area to move or to add. I'm sorry. I feel like once we move into that 2 o'clock hour, I feel like the 42 is kind of a target area. How you doing, Baldwin? Sorry about that. My chart was covered up. Was getting a protein drink, coffee/protein drink. Trying to hit the L diet O. Need to lose some LBs. Got to make sure the beach clothes fit when we go to the beach in August. Have you taken any trades this morning, Baldwin, or you just been kind of sitting on the sideline? Oh, man, how do you blow accounts during the Asian market? It must have had a lot of movement. Usually that market's slow. They must have had some volume last night. Was that like right at the opening last night, like Sunday night, like that 6, 7 o'clock hour range? Yeah, that revenge trading, man. It seems like these like Mondays will get you sometimes. I was talking about that earlier when we first got on because I was trying not to trade before the news started. And I hate when you start off Monday red because then, like the rest of the week, you're either revenge trading or you're just trying to make all your profits back or something that you lost on your eval or to redeem yourself, I guess. So far, this past Friday and today has probably been some of my best days. Yeah, from earlier, we were down $200 on this account earlier this morning. We're up 179 now. We were up over 200. I did lose a little bit earlier on this account. And the second one we traded earlier, and we're up $512, and that was basically off one trade. That was kind of just adding to our position. So I'm still trying to find an entry into this one. I've already entered it twice and taken small losses. So we've been looking for a move for the ES. I'm looking for us to move back up to the 42s to test the 42s since we've already tested the 19s. But we're struggling to move past this 20 on the NQ at the moment. Oh, Powell talks tomorrow? Okay. See, I haven't even looked at tomorrow's stuff yet as far as news goes. Does that supposed to be like a interest rate decision tomorrow also when he talks? We have job reports tomorrow. Man, we may get those reports, but man, those things are always so skewed. Most of those jobs are like part-time jobs and federal jobs, which I don't even know why they count those, but they do. Usually they go back and rebuttal those. Usually when the federal government's doing a lot of hiring, usually that's not a very good time in the economy. You can say hi, y'all. Yeah, the wind blows and it makes him tilt a little bit. I always like those jokes. They're always funny. So we're just kind of still sitting here, just waiting to see what happens. I mean, like I said, may look for a short below this 85 here at this 15-minute opening range, or a long above 20. We tried to break out of this consolidation box earlier, and we failed. Here's our little box here. Here's our consolidation box as far as ES goes. You can see we've been pretty much following these levels up and down all the way this morning. We did break this major support in the ES at the 519s earlier this morning. And this is kind of what Adam Mazzini explains as a failed breakout, where we will push below and then we just move back up 20, 30 points, which, that's a lot in the ES, 20, 30 points. So this is kind of why I'm thinking maybe we move up to the 42 by this evening. If you kind of look to the left here, this was from overnight in the Asian/London market. We pushed up to the 42 before we found support to sell back down. So this is why I've been just kind of looking for longs. I mean, I'm not saying I won't take a short, but this is why I've tried longs multiple times, because I just thought maybe we would go back and top the overnight highs. And if you want these levels before we start trading, you can just stop by, and I usually go over them before we start in the morning. You don't have to hang out all day if you don't want to, but if you just want to come and grab the levels and move on, or go from streamer to streamer, because that's kind of what I used to do. I usually watch 3 or 4 different streamers in the morning myself. So, or even whenever before I started streaming myself, I would watch 3 or 4 different streamers just to listen, because everybody's got different ideas and everybody's trading different. Unfortunately, when we get into a market like this, there's really not a lot to do, and there's really not even a lot to talk about. Honestly, you just pretty much sit here and just watch boring price action. Man, this has definitely been some scalper dreams this morning. We've had some pretty good scalping areas where you could scalp 5 to 10 points. Baldwin, how big were your evals, the one you fell? Were you able to at least get, I can't remember what prop firm you're trading. Are you trading Bulinox or Apex or Top Step? I think you're trading Apex, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because I was fixing to say, I think until yesterday, okay, I didn't know if you grabbed you some of those 90% before Bewley ended their sale Sunday. They had a 90% off up until Sunday night. This is kind of what we're trading at the moment. Okay, so you got 3 of your Bewleys renewing, or didn't have 3 Bewleys renewing. So we still got one master account with Bulinox, and we passed the second one. We just haven't sent the activation through yet. So we've been just kind of sitting on it. Then I just been just kind of working through some new stuff recently, as far as risk management goes. So that's kind of what we've been doing with these accounts. Yeah, I was hoping Apex and Beulah Knox would do more 90% off this week being 4th of July. Eventually, I want to try the one prop firm that crypto is using. It's a little bit more pricey, but what it does is it makes you funded, straight out. So you don't have to go through this eval process. Okay, that's nice. The three elite. Uh, how do you say the rest of that? Elite. I would have to look it up. Oh, elite trader. That's what it's called. All right, guys, we're approaching that 2 o'clock hour. Let's see if we can get that move. Usually, this is about that time of the day that it happens. Between that 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe. Kind of set up for the move down, possibly. Let's see. May take a filler trade if we can find support below this 85 here. We could have that possible VWAP push. Man, the consolidation box just doesn't want to give it up, does it? So if you're just joining us, this line that we have marked out here, this is the top of the 15-minute opening range from this morning. So a lot of times I will use those for support and resistance. Usually they're pretty much spot on for most part. So this is why we keep kind of pushing down and bouncing off that area. So this is why I said I would look for a short. At least I'm going to look for a short below the 85s. Everybody kind of takes their own risk when entering trades. Then for a move up, I'd like to see us get above this 220 because that's a pivot and it's off of the 15-minute charts. Man, could we sell all the way back down to the 20s if we get below there? Possible. Very, very possible. Then you also would probably have to look through some resistance right there at the 70s because that's the bottom of a fair value gap. And this fair value gap is pretty much in most of the time frames, like the 1 minute, the 2 minute. This is a 2 minute, 3 minute chart, which I just realized I'm on a 3 minute. Usually I trade the 2 minute charts most of the time. So let's say if I did jump in below at the 85, I probably would just let the one micro run until we got past this area here. Because, you know, we bounced off this area quite a bit around the 11, 12 o'clock hour. So it could take a minute to get through that. No hurries this evening, guys. We're already up $800. So not looking to lose much of my profits. We're definitely going to at least try another trade or two and just see if we can add a little bit to this account here. I think we still need, let's see how much, I forgot how much I need to get it to the $1,500. We still need about $570 to get this account to the level we needed to get to be funded. So if the ES can push through this 27, we may go quick. So it may not even offer us an entry because it'll sell so fast. That's the only thing about trying to get moves moving down. They happen so quick sometimes. It's like moving up is just a grind and going down is like an elevator or, you know, a falling elevator. It just goes so quick. All right, so we are testing at 85. And I may try to just jump in early and see what happens. I prefer to see us print a candle below it, but because then if not, you kind of get that situation where you push below it and it pops right back up. Then we also have the VWAP down there at the 24. So we could run in some resistance on the VWAP too. So we're about to get a new candle to print. Let's see what this new candle has to offer. It's like the battle. The 15-minute doesn't want to give it up. It looks like it wants to go because the ES looks like it wants to push, but it just has to get through that 27. So this is kind of what I'm looking at on the 27. This is another level that we've had marked out all morning. So if the 27 does not fail, hopefully that'll be finally the move that we need to push us back up to 42. So when I enter my trade, I'm just going to be entering with one micro. And then we're going to be looking to add to our position as we move down. So it looks like the ES finally wants to go. We will give it a try. But I won't add to it unless we get below this mark here because this is the bottom of that fair value gap. And as you can see, we've been getting stopped out right there. So buy. And this could easily come back and stop us out. But like I said, this is why we're entering on 1 micros. So we're not really risking a lot on our trades. And this way it just kind of, you can enter trades at very low risk. So it looks like if we lose this trade, we'll just lose $20 and we'll look for another entry.
Order
Oh,
canceled.
came in, got us. All right, so we'll sit here and just wait and see if we can get our next entry here. Man, we bounced off that 15-minute opening range pretty hard. Man, the move ups have been brutal. Like it's not even a clean move up. It's just so like just choppiness on this. Like it's like no good follow through. Man, can we finally break out that 20 this time? All right, so we're about to get a new candle print.
Order filled. Order submitted.
I won't look to add. Oh shit. So we're just be risking how much? What? About $20 on this trade for possible move up. We got to get through this 20 with some good volume for us to move up to this next pivot up here. We've been kind of getting stuck at this 20. Mm-mm-mm. You would think we're due for a good move up. I mean, as much as we've bounced and hovered in this area for the last hour, we've been consolidating for almost 2 hours. So I don't want to see us go back below this line here. This is the bottom of this previous 2-minute candle. So this is where I should be moving my stop loss up to. But since we're not in very high leverage, it's not a totally big deal. Now, for anybody that's trying to jump in already out the gate with, 2, 3 contracts or whatever, how many micros or minis you're using, that's a good thing about starting out with micros. You can take a little bit more riskier trades. So I'm not going to look to add to this unless we can get basically printed above this 20. This 20 has been like a wall for most of the morning or for the last couple of hours. Now, if I went this high leverage, I would probably already be taking some of my profit if I'm up 10, 11 handles.
Order failed. Order submitted. Order failed.
All right. Quick and easy like that. We're up 466. You just have to kind of time it right when you're adding so you get that quick little burst of push. And so what I'm doing here is I'm entering on one micro. I make sure we're going in the right direction. Once I get an idea about where we could go to, which probably between the 40 and 50, I would move my stop loss down. And as soon as we cross a certain areas, I see us kind of going, I will spam my buy button with the micros and look for like around 5 handles. This way, whenever I do buy in, I'm just not buying in random. You can just jump in with one micro and just kind of time it right. So far between our two evals today, we're at 466 on this one and 512 on our first one. This is the one we traded first thing this morning. So 50 would be my ideal goal. Man, my mouse must be messing up. I feel like it's kind of spazzing. So this is the area we had marked out from this morning. This is kind of a pivot up here at the 50s. But if you pull over to the left, you can kind of see, I want to say we do have a little, I think this is one I drew out earlier from the 40s. So I try to find my levels when I am moving up. So I know not to take, buy in around those levels. I try to make sure we're in between them or above them. So that's another positive sign that we found support at that 20. It took us a long time to get over that 20. So I entered a trade way back here and I sat in it for an hour waiting for this to happen, and it finally came back and stopped us out. And here's the ES levels. So right now we're battling the 34s. So just be careful with the fake breakout. They are fake breakouts above these levels. So more likely, if we can find support above the 32s, more likely we're going to the 42s. This is the one that we were mentioning earlier, the 42 level. And that's the overnight high from the London/Asian market. To me, the best entries were probably your 85, the support off of the 15 minutes, and the probably the if you wanted to take a trade off of that 20 back here. See how we pushed back and tested the 20, because that 20 has been a ice wall most of the day. Did anybody else take the long this round up, or are we just watching price action? So if you still are in this trade, it's probably going to take a little bit to get through those 50s. That 50 is a pivot, so it'll probably take you a little bit. It probably won't be right away. Then for the ES traders, you're about to run in some resistance at the 38s. Or it may be the 37s. I might have that mark wrong. I don't remember. It's either 37 or 38 is where that's supposed to be. I would have to go back and look at that newsletter real quick. Let's see. 33s. Even that one's supposed to be down in 33s. I have to redo that one. Nope, it's 38, so we're good. You're 38. I mean, if we get above 50, let's just see how much higher we think we could go. So there's the 50s. Man, do I want to hop back in there and try to take that to 75? It looks like we have almost double highs it there. Looks close. Then our next one's going to be up at the 210s. Man, if we get through those 70s, I mean, it's like there's nothing to hold it back. I mean, it was waterfalling over here. We'll do that first level there at the 20s. So, guys, we are going to be trading until 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock Eastern or Central Time. I'll still try to find another entry. I don't think I'm going to go way over leverage this time since we're up $466 on this account. Let me see where I'm at totally. I only need about $300 more to get this account to the funded level. And I really don't like, I need to start trading my fundeds more because I'm starting to get too many funded accounts. Because we have 2 Bewley fundeds and also several Apex funded accounts. This was the account that actually blew. Was it last week sometime, messing around? So, but yeah, these are fairly close. Well, it looks like they're about even. So about $300 something to both get them to the next level. So for the pullback here, you'll either want to see this level here hold or the 20 level. 20 is definitely your major support level that you do not want it to probably push below the 20s. How's everyone's trading going today? Is everybody having a decent trading day? Or you've had some ups and downs, break even? Why, were you in your trade at the 50? Okay. Nice, Constantine. 400 plus. Yeah, $100 is definitely manageable though. Trust me, I was down, believe it or not, man, I was down I was down $200 on this account this morning. So we were down quite a bit. And that was just from trying multiple entries, but we were just, trying to do risk management the best we can with entering one micro, then just kind of going through here and just looking for our levels up. And so we're able to add to our position to get up 466. So if you entered back here, if we start losing this 220 again or this 2020, we could be in trouble. Trust me, I done tried this trade right here. I think I've tried it twice already and have got stopped out both times. This is the trade that I was stuck in this trade probably for about 30 minutes way back over here. I got long over here and it's just consolidated. And it was this move right here that stopped me out. It was either this one or this one. I can't remember, but it was one of these sharp pullbacks that finally got me. Then I tried a short. I thought, well, maybe if we break this opening 15-minute range, maybe we're going to move back down to the bottom of the 15-minute opening range, but nope. I should have waited for us to print below, but what happened is I thought we were going to get a runner and I was going to miss it because you know how those shorts go. They go fast. All right, we're at that 20 level. Man, if we start selling next below the 20, I almost want to jump back in short and see how far we can go down. Maybe risk a little bit, not much. Jump in with one micro. We'll try it. Hell. We're in at 12. Put our stop loss at 23, just above this candle. So risk $20 to see if we will continue short.
Order submitted.
And it could be a fake because remember, we had a hard time getting through this 20 earlier. So. Woo. It's going to go quick, probably. I'm probably not even going to add to it, honestly, just because I don't want to risk none of my profits by adding to it. So we'll just take whatever we can get off of one micro if we can get anything. I don't know. It looks like it kind of wants to pull back again. Let me look at the ES. I didn't look and see where the ES was. So the ES did bounce off that 27, 28 area over here. Should kind of tell us a lot, depending on what this candle does. If this candle can print below the 20, it should continue going. Here we go. All right. And if I was scalping, I'd probably be already taking profits around 5 to 10 handles. But since we're not really scalping, we're not gonna stress it here. Let me see if there's anything that could hold us up. It looks like maybe this level here could run into some area of resistance, this 2000s. For the waterfall to happen, we'll have to get below the 27. If we can't get below the 27 on the ES, it's probably going to be another reversal. We're struggling to get through this area here. So what I can do is almost go to break even if I follow the 2-minute candle rule here. And so now we're just risking $6 for this trade. So if it hits our target, we'll just let it hit our target and go from there. So we kind of had a little bit of bounce off that 25 pivot range. Once this candle prints, we will be in the positive a little bit, but we won't make much money if it comes back and stop us out. We just won't be losing any. And so what this is we follow the 2-minute candle down. So let's say I use the 2-minute candles to take my trades on, and I will use 2 minutes to follow the candles down from 2-minute to 2-minute. So once this candle prints, I will move my stop loss to here unless it comes back. So we are struggling to move through that 2000s. We'll see what this candle. All right, so it's a free trade now. No matter what happens, we won't lose anything. Won't make much money either because we didn't enter the trade very heavy this time. So this is why we drew our line at the support area. This is the area that, if you look to the left, you can see we bounced off this area over and over pretty much nonstop. So if I did go in heavy, I would at least start taking some of my profit off of here just to be on the safe side. Not really sure what kind of risk management some of you guys use. Looks like this one's probably going to come back and get us. Let's see. Make it bigger. I can see it. All right, we're about to get a new candle. We will add to our position a little bit. Stop losses move down to the 07s. All right. Wasn't able to get a lot of that trade, but if I was entering heavy, I would definitely have took my profits way before that. I wouldn't sit there and let that happen. I was really hoping that we would get a push down to the top of that 15-minute opening range. Man, do we want to continue to sell? Did anybody moved on this short back down any at all? I mean, it was still a pretty good short from the 50s down to the almost what 85, 80 area. Above the 20, I may take another stab at it and see what if we can get through this 50 range. 50s. I feel like 200 was probably the 20,000s was probably going to be your best entry here because we found some good support there. But we'll settle for the 2020. Sorry about that. So we're back at that brick wall of the 20 again. Just trying to make sure I don't have any background noise. No, I don't hear anything. So is anybody in here still looking for shorts, or we're just kind of neutral right now, just watching price action? Is anybody in a position? You're waiting for power hour? Yeah, we won't be trading power hour today. I have to run an errand at 3 o'clock today. I was gonna try to make it till that 4 o'clock today, but definitely tomorrow. Man, I was very tempted to take me a short at the 20 again. The 20 is just a wall again. Man, Constantine, that's something I haven't done a lot is trade that last like 15, 10 minutes of the market. You know, I've watched it a lot and I've it's got to move somewhere before it closes. You know, trading that to me is like trading the opening. You know, I try to stay away from both of them. I like the middle. I think it's because I like to see the setups where, when we open, we're just kind of going back and forth. Because I can see this a lot better. You know, I can see the setups a little better here than I can at the opening or close where it's just whipsawing. So the 20's looking weak again. Man. Just looking for maybe one or two more little trades. Maybe I can push myself over the $500 mark. Then that'll put us, I mean, I know I can lose too, but I know when I first started trading Costine, I used to trade the opening all the time, but I was super inconsistent when I used to do that. It's like I could go 5 days green, then that one day where I can't close my trade and it just wrecks my previous 4 or 5 days. Oh, shoot. The good old days. Pretty much, it'd be like borderline gambling. Shit. All right, let's see if we're going to finally push through that 20. Goodness. Man, I hope we don't go into consolidation again. Man, we have consolidated so much today. You definitely got to be patient on days like this where you just got to wait for the move. And what sucks is you sit here and wait, then you end up missing the move. That's even worse. Especially on those big boner candles where they're like 30, 40 points long and don't offer you an entry. You just have to sit there and just watch it go. Kind of like these here. You know, you're sitting there just like, don't really offer your entry. All right, so did we get a new 15-minute candle over here? Let's see. And we may take one more stab above the 20 here if we can move above the 20. I was really thinking that the ES would find a way to get up to the 42s today, but we just did not get there again because the 42s or 41s was kind of like the overnight high on the ES from the London Asian. Yeah, it was way up there. So this is kind of where I thought we were going. Is it going to be the waterfall now? I just don't want to be faked out. Woo-wee, look at it, hit that 2000 on the button. All right, so we are testing those 27s again on the ES. That's kind of where we've been stuck at today. If it goes, it's probably going to go so fast that it's not even going to offer you an entry. I mean, it's just going to elevator down on us. And I may try to take another stab at it. We'll see what happens here at this VWAP. Be nice for us to waterfall through this VWAP because that's where we bounced the last time down. Rejected once again off of the VWAP. So for my longs, I'll be looking longs above the 20s, and for shorts, probably below the 2000s. It really depends on what happens here at this VWAP area on the ES, because that's all right. We've been kind of consolidating in this area all the way back till, let's see, pretty much since what, 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So maybe it's due for us to break through since we've tested that area so many times. If we can get through the VWAP, we'll probably move down to test that 19 again. So we're approaching the 3 o'clock hour. We've got about 10 minutes. So what is everybody else kind of looking for? Is anybody in here looking for longs or short or just whatever the market offers? Maybe we take another stab short below this 2000. Like I said, there's no guarantees with any of this, so that's why I'm going to enter it very low risk. And to me, what makes this kind of high risk is the fact that we're moving into the VWAP here on the ES, because we usually always get reaction off of that VWAP there. I hate it that I wish it offers a better candle entry. We still have 1 minute left on this candle, and it could just waterfall down. Well, so far it's not giving up the 20,000s. I mean, the 15-minute candle, I mean, it still looks, well, I don't know. It printed a higher low on the previous candle. It was green. I think Baldwin says Powell speaks tomorrow. So that's always interesting. All right. That looks like a nice, strong candle. Still just kind of being patient, guys. No hurries. So I'm looking for shorts below the 20,000 and longs. I'm looking for longs above the 2020 up there. So if we do push above the 220, just remember we'll probably get some resistance at the 35. So if you're scalping, you want to take that in consideration. And then your next level is going to be the 50 in the pivot. And for the push down, if we can kind of push through this 2000 with a little bit of momentum, I would think that we get back to the top of this 15-minute opening range. It's this level on the ES that's holding us up. We're kind of stuck at that 27. I guess it depends on what market you're trading. What it is I use the ES as far as my entries go. Okay, so you're going to wait for us to push below the 15-minute opening range back in that 15 minutes. Yeah, that's probably the safest bet. Oh, there's a big fair value gap down there at that. Let's see. Okay, I see what you're saying right there. It may offer a better entry depending on what time frame. This is the yeah, they're both right there together. You've had that 30 for level for days. Yeah, what I was gonna do is I was gonna enter in one micro at if we can get above the 20s, and then I'll see if we can add from there. Maybe like you said, if you think the 30s is strong, maybe I can look to add be above the 30s, but try to get in a little early. But I'm not sure how much more I want to add just because, I've already close to $500 on this account for the day. So we just may take it on micros to see if we can hit that $500 mark. Yeah, if you ever notice, you've been watching my streams. If you notice, if I'm taking more trades, that's basically what I'm doing. Is I'm kind of testing, and then I'm looking for entry after or add on to my entry after I enter with one micro. Well, Constantine, did you take that long earlier when we pushed above the 30s, or were you just watching? All right, so we're testing the VWAP on the ES over here. Let's see if we can get through that thing or move lower. Test those 19s again. All right. This is maybe finally our push we've been waiting for the last hour for. Man, it seems like every move's just a battle. Like it's just so hard to jump in these trades because you know you're gonna have to withstand some drawdown or, you know, puckering up a little bit, especially if you go in heavy. All right, we're about to get a new candle. Let's see if this new candle will get some movement going. Kind of like to see the ES get below this pivot at the 25. Not pivot, but the VWAP at the 25 here. If we're going to continue down. And for the NASDAQ, probably below the 2000s. Hopefully none of you guys aren't trading getting chopped up because this thing will chop you up real quick. Like, I mean, it's just moving back and forth 20 points. All right. Look at there. Finally getting a little bit of volume. What is that? The 3 o'clock hour offering a little bit. Man. Do we dare jump in this for a long? We're above the 20. Man, very tempting. Maybe I'll wait to the 25. We'll risk $10 or something to try to get a little filler trade. We're about to get a printed candle. See what happens with this candle here. Ah.
Order filled.
We'll give it a whirl. We'll use the 20 as our stop loss. So we're risking, what's that, $28, $16. So we're not really risking a lot. Sell. We'll see if we can hit the 45. That'd be right before that pivot. But we do have to get through that 30. We may run into some resistance above the 30 there. All right, we're about to hit that 30, 35 area. There's some resistance from earlier. Let's see. Looking pretty strong so far. We got about 10 seconds before this new candle prints. Can move our stop loss up to the 25s. We'll be in for $6 if we can take a winner. All right, so we're in this trade for $6 now, so we're not in it very much at the moment. That's a nice little sign that the 30s are holding up. Still got a minute left on this candle to move our stop loss up. So I take that back. We're risking $10 on this trade if it comes back and stops us out. It's like, come on, Junior. 50s, 50s. Boy, every trade has just been like this today. It's like no matter where I enter, it's just like every trade's just a battle. Like we just got a battle to get to our entry, or our profit target. Here we go. All right, we need to get a new candle to print above this 35 here so we can move on up. Got about 4 seconds left. All right, at least it's above the 35s. Let's see if this thing continues. Like we should, basically what it is, if I follow the 2-minute strategy, my stop loss should be right there at the 30s. So it should be a free trade right now. So, and it may come back and stop us out. We'll do the break even instead. So this is why I was trying to say, if you are going to enter above the 20s over here, that you're probably going to run into some resistance at this level here. We're not going to be greedy on this trade. If we can take it up, say if we get over $500 for the day, we're just going to leave it there. I'm not even going to add to this trade. So just going to just take whatever it gives us. We're already up 15 handles. We'll move this to 35. Almost want to close it now. We're over 500 bucks for the day. I mean, we hit our original target profit, which was 45. It was just right below that pivot. I didn't know if we would break higher, make higher highs here, because, sometimes we'll just make a little bit lower lows. And so that's why usually I'll push my order back a little bit before there. So that's why my first target was 45. We'll see what happens. So my stop loss should be here. This is where my stop loss should be at, right here at the 30s. Based on the 2-minute thing that I usually use. Looks like it's going to come stop us out, guys.
Order
All right.
canceled.
Doesn't look like we're going to get the $500 because we moved our profit target. We should have left it at 45 where we first had the initial set. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me today. We're just going to keep the profit we had. I think we still got close to a total of $1,000 today between our 3 accounts. So, one account from earlier this morning, we were up $512. Was really trying to get this one over 500, but it's not like it's that big of a deal. We're at 482. And we also traded one Apex first thing this morning, but we only made about 130 or 40 on that one, I think. So, but yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can get these 2 accounts above the next profit target at the 26,500. So we only need about $300 for each account. So hopefully everybody had a green day. It's been pretty good, Kyle. Sorry about that. I didn't see your message there. I was looking down at the screen. Pretty good. We just been following that same routine where we enter our trades on 1 micro and add to our trades once we see it going to area profit. Had a heavy red day, unfortunately. Hey man, we all have those red days, so you're not alone. So you just try to hopefully make them manageable. Was that on your eval, that new eval that you bought with Top Step? Hey, thanks for stopping by, Constantine. Well, were you over leveraged today, Kyle? Yeah, I've struggled with being over leveraged in the past. So basically, the strategy that I've been concentrating on really hard lately is basically managing my trade. So when I do take losses, they're not big losses. So basically, what I've been doing is entering filler trades with just 1 micro. And you can add up to 30 micros, which is like 3 minis, which that's quite a bit. And so sometimes I'm entering at their 1 micro up to like 20 micros. That's how I'm getting almost $500 because sometimes I'll get $200 or $300 per trade. But I like to make sure that the trade's going to do what I'm thinking it's going to do instead of just entering heavy, then take a heavy loss. So that has really been helping me a lot by downsizing, taking those filler trades. Because, it's not a big deal to lose 20, 30, 40 bucks. That's pretty easy to get back. So that's kind of what's been helping me the last couple weeks. So hopefully tomorrow we'll have the same. I'm just not really sure. Yeah, because it's not dollar cost averaging. So where you get hit with that dollar cost averaging is where you're entering in the red. I'm never in the red when I enter. I enter while in the green. So for instance, let's just say here, this is just a pretend trade. Let's just say I enter right here. So watch this. I will enter and I won't constantly spam it to get myself back to green. That's kind of what they've been saying about the dollar cost averaging. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a weird week with the holidays coming up. So looks like let's just say I enter right here at the 20s, even though we kind of have support here. So I'd want it to break this 20 range before I entered. And I would use this area for my support level. All right, let's see here. We're waiting to see if this pushes down. We're also sitting at the 27 on the ES, so that's been kind of a major support level 2 or some resistance. So we're kind of waiting for this candle to print just to kind of see what kind of direction we're going to get off of this. So we've been pretty much playing around this 20 range probably since 11 o'clock this morning. It looks like it wants to go down. We'll give it a whirl. We'll see what happens. Make sure we get a little bit of momentum going. Not, don't want to just jump in too quick. Maybe we push that to 20,000 again. So I would just enter with 1 micro. So it's a sell. We got to buy. So, I mean, I might sit in this trade for a few minutes just to see what happens, but we won't let it. So we can kind of see how much it'll cost us. So this trade would almost cost us $20, $40 if we lost. But we're just in it for 1 micro. So we could lose 20 points or 15 points. So this is just kind of practice showing you how I'm entering my trades, and I will enter it based off these support levels. So how we've been finding support at the 20s here. And we've been basing off this area pretty much for a while now. And so what I'll do is also use the 2-minute candle to follow this down. So now we're only risking $20 for this trade as long as this 2-minute candle holds up. And this way we kind of lower our risk as the move moves down until we can find an area to add to it.
Order filled. Order
All
filled.
right. All right, so we pushed ourselves over the $500 a little bit. I didn't really have a lot of confidence that we're going to continue down. I figured we'd move back up and test this VWAP again. It usually takes a couple tries. So you might have had to sit through some drawdown on that one. So once you start adding, you kind of have to make your decision right then or there if you're going to continue in this trade. If I continued, we probably would have got our target, but when it started consolidating, I kind of got nervous. See, there it goes. So I was just trying to, I guess, use that as an example. Wow. That thing is going. So we bounced off that 19 again. Kind of remember we discussed that 19 earlier. If we fail, we're probably going to the 19. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me today. Good luck for the next 30 minutes. Hopefully, you guys are able to find you an entry if you are doing that closing, because we only have 30 minutes before the market closes. So we're going to keep what profits we have. We are up $520 on this one eval here. And so we don't want to give any of our profits away. So hopefully tomorrow we can make the last $300 we need for each of these accounts. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. Like and subscribe if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.